Marketing is easy. This one even said we should get some fancy cookies.
Are you an engineer in computer science, aerospace, electronics, mathematics, or telecommunications?
Guma Orbit. Żuje się dobrze.
Szukasz mocnego komputera gamingowego w supercenie?
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Okay, so if you haven't already heard, here at Fly, we have recently released sprites, and these are stateful sandbox environments that you can checkpoint and restore. Basically, you get a ready-to-go Linux VM that you can use to run any arbitrary
Purchase your tracks today.
Take a break.
Purchase your tracks today.
Introducing ClickUp Super Agents, the world's first AI agents that natively collaborate with humans and always have correct context and perfect memory. You lead, your super agents go to work, completing tasks, scheduling work, creating designs, and even running entire workflows. And starting today, every human can create an AI agent. It's a total leapfrog in productivity.
Wszystko, czego potrzebujesz, znajdziesz w Glovo. Ściągnij apkę i zamów z szybką dostawą.
So I'm writing an essay on cats. Cats in art history. I'm an art history major, and this final is due on Friday. Same day, I'm going on a road trip with my best friend Gabby. Luckily, I write with Grammarly. What once took me hours now takes minutes. So I can focus on what matters most, my voice. We begin in ancient Egypt, and then the Renaissance, but also Impressionism. And, of course, the internet. Hey!
Hey, have you started packing?
Totally. I have not.
Finish that paper. You got this.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, back to it. Time to double check my facts and citations. Oops, I made a few debated.
Wszystko, czego potrzebujesz, znajdziesz w Glovo. Ściągnij apkę i zamów z szybką dostawą.
So I'm writing an essay on cats. Cats in art history. I'm an art history major.
Кусок бы мяса такой здоровый, чтоб прям свертело. Скворчащий, сочный.
Надо ж было так ладони рассадить.
А чего я как-то слышал?
Разболится.
Заблудился как-то долговец, идет и кричит: «Люди, отзовитесь! Кто-нибудь, ау!» Тут его кто-то догоняет и хлоп сзади по рюкзаку. Но он оборачивается, а там стоит кровосос. Грустный такой. И хлюпает ему, значит: «Чего орешь, а?» У долговца уже полные штаны ежиков, но он все-таки отвечает: «Я того, заплутал. Кричу, вот, может быть, кто-нибудь услышит». Кровосос помолчал и говорит ему: «Ну, я вот услышал. И чего теперь делать будем?»
Хорош уже, комик.
Внимание, анекдот. Пришел, значит, сталкер к доктору. Доктор осмотрел его и говорит: вот это от усталости, это от нервного напряжения, а это от депрессии. Спасибо, доктор, спасибо. Скажите, а у вас кроме водки ничего нет?
Блин, так не смешно же.
День коту под хвост катится. Ни хабара, никакого приварка.
Вот дерьмо-то, а. День коту под хвост катится. Ни хабара, никакого приварка.
Опять эта сволочь меня с патронами кинула. Вот гад.
Пить как охота. Эх,
а вот чего я однажды слышал.
Да чтобы в нос сшибал.
Встречаются два сталкера. Помнишь Васю, ну того, который еще хотел летчиком стать? Ну и чё? Да он вчера в трамплин попал. Ну попал, и чё? Да ничего. Сбылась у человека мечта. Полетел.
Блин, так не смешно же.
Кишки скоро в узел завяжутся от местной жратвы. Вот это грустно. Так, рукой махнул, все смеются, ясно? Подъезжают как-то к бару два сталкера. Один на навороченной Тойоте, другой на раздолбанном таком Ниваке. Ну, крутой выходит из тачки и видит тот, что на Ниве приехал, дверь никак закрыть не может. Ну, он ему, значит, и говорит: мужик, ты чего уродуешься? Кого тут бояться? Район спокойный, я тачку вообще никогда не закрываю. А тот ему отвечает: да я вот тоже не закрывал. Так вчера, блин, бюреры залезли и все сидушки заблевали.
Ну ты
а
выиграл.
поновее ничего нет?
В голове не укладывается. Ведь никто за пределами зоны толком не знает, что здесь происходит. Заговор какой-то, что ли?
Пожрать бы чего хорошего. Так ведь нету.
И почему среди сталкеров совсем нету женщин? Это ж только представить. Амазонки.
Кусок бы мяса такой.
Ну, немного не в тему, но вспомнил вот.
Прям свертело. Скворчащий.
Свалился
сочный.
как-то на баре кирпич с трубы, ну и кого-то зашиб. Народ переживает, сочувствует, надо же, как не повезло мужику. Кирпичом по голове. А потом присмотрелись. Ёханый бабай, это ж зомби. Как от шока отошли, еще больше переживать начали. О, это ж надо же, зомби развелось, уже и на баре кирпичу упасть негде.
Класс.
Блин, так не смешно же.
Так, рукой махнул, все смеются, ясно? Висит на стене бара объявление. По поводу празднования Дня Сталкера организуется выход в глубину зоны для охоты на монстров и поиска артефактов. Сбор всех сталкеров, любителей этого дела, назначен на 6:30. Этого дела брать с собой по 2 литра.
А поновее ничего нет?
Среди сталкеров совсем нету женщин. Это ж только представить. Амазонки.
Не учатся ничему некоторые. И учиться, блин, не хотят. Кино американского насмотрелись или крышу срывает от жадности. Ты ему про аномалии, он тебе про хабар. Ни о чем думать не хотят, кроме бабок. Пока кишки по веткам не разбросает.
А все-таки накоплю я на свой домик, чтобы речь...
Ну, немного не в тему, но вспомнил вот.
И не радиации тебе.
Встречаются как-то два сталкера. Ну, один другому и говорит. На днях к долгу заходил на огонек. Ну и остался должен. А потом зашел к свободе. И чё? И стал свободен.
Блин, так не смешно же.
Бы хорошего сейчас. С черным хлебушком свежим, с чесночком.
Пить как охота. Эх, квасу сейчас холодного. Да чтоб в нос сшибал.
Короче, анекдот. Заблудился солдат в зоне ночью, идет и кричит: «Ребята, товарищ капитан, ну хоть кто-нибудь!» Тут, глядь, огоньки в кустах горят, вроде как глаза. Ну он, короче, заткнулся сразу, а из кустов голос нечеловеческий: «Зачем среди ночи шумишь?» Солдат с перепугу в штаны напустил, но отвечает: «Извините, я тут заблудился как бы, вот кричу, думаю, может, товарищи услышат». А тот в кустах тащится: «Нет, товарищи не услышат».
You, just you, building your app on base 44. Describe it. And it's real. One thought leads to more thoughts. Layer by layer, taking shape. When you need your tools, bring them in. They just click. Okay, kick it up a notch. Create something smarter, something powerful. Style counts, so give it your touch. Big or small. Next idea hits at 2 a.m. Of course it does. Keep building. Ask yourself, wait, I built this? Damn right. Base 44. Build it your way.
Rozwijaj automatyzację z własnym N8N od Hostinger. Wdróż jednym kliknięciem na bezpiecznym VPS. Odblokuj nielimitowane procesy bez kodu, równoczesne wykonania i niestandardowe węzły społeczności. Podłącz ponad 500 integracji i aplikacji. Zarządzaj serwerem prostymi poleceniami dzięki AI napędzanemu przez MCP. Zyskaj więcej, płać mniej. Wejdź na hostinger.com/pl, aby zacząć.
Страховка? Да на кой хрен у нас далась тебе эта страховка, когда их хранить не будет чего? Родичам, что пробухали, да? Лучше бы на руки сразу выдавали. Короче, слушайте. Заблудился сталкер, идет по лесу, значит, и кричит. Люди! Ау! Эй, кто-нибудь! Вдруг его шлеп сзади по плечу кто-то. Он, значит, оборачивается, а там здоровенная такая страхолюдная тварюга. И говорит ему печально. Ты чего тут разорался, а? Сталкер, так я заблудился я. Думаю, может, кто-нибудь услышит, вот и кричу. Тварюга вздыхает. Ну, я услышала. А смысл?
Да, это старый.
Умники, ёпты. Страховка? Да на кой хрен у нас сдалась тебе эта страховка, когда и хранить не будет чего? Родичам, что пробухали, да? Лучше бы на руки сразу выдавали. Короче, анекдот цивильный. Столкнулись, значит, в зоне как-то две Нивы. Из одной 4 сталкеров выскочили, из другой не меньше. Ну, в общем, слово за слово, мордобой пошел. Потом пальба началась. А в кустах у дороги сидит контролер и радуется. Да, не пропал денек зря. Сейчас дружбанов на шашлык соберу. Да, вот кончится контракт. Месяц гудеть буду, не меньше. И главное, девки. Сейчас, как же. Разрулишь этих уродов, что мутантов, что сталкеров. Выжечь бы эту зону нахрен и все. Начальство в кабинетах умное. В оцеплении оно хоть раз стояло. Так ведь и без толку все. Ну, стоит. А вот что мне как-то рассказали. А сталкеров все равно полная зона. Заблудился сталкер, идет по лесу, значит, и кричит. Люди! Ау! Эй, кто-нибудь! Вдруг его шлеп сзади по плечу кто-то. Он, значит, оборачивается, а там здоровенная такая страхолюдная тварюга. И говорит ему печально. Ты чего тут разорался, а? Сталкер, так я заблудился я. Думаю...
All right, hello, welcome to my living room. I wanted to pop on here.
Build apps that scale. Meet Base 44.
Marketing is easy. This one even said we should get some fancy cookie pop-up, and we respect people's choices.
all its glory is inviting you to begin again. Come to a place where wealth, excitement, and intrigue await around every corner. Stroll along the winding streets of our beautiful resort. Make new friends or rekindle old flames. Let your eyes take in the luxurious expanse of the open desert under clear, starlit skies. Gaze straight on into the sunset from our villa rooftops. Countless diversions await. Gamble in our casino. Take in the theater. Or stay in one of our exclusive executive suites that will shelter your Madre Casino in all its glory is inviting you to begin again. Come to a place where wealth, excitement, and intrigue await around every corner. Stroll along the winding streets of our beautiful resort. Make new friends or rekindle old flames. Let your eyes take in the luxurious expanse of the open desert under clear, starlit skies. Gaze straight on into the sunset from our villa rooftops. Countless diversions await. Gamble in our casino. Take in the theater. Or stay in one of our exclusive executive suites that will shelter you and cater to your every whim. So if life's worries have weighed you down, if you need an escape from your troubles, or if you just need an opportunity to begin again, join us. Let go and leave the world behind at the Sierra Madre grand opening this October. We'll be waiting. Has your life taken a turn? Do troubles beset you? Has fortune left you behind? If so, the Sierra Madre Casino, in all its glory, is inviting you to begin again. Come to a place where wealth, excitement, and intrigue await around every corner. Stroll along the winding streets of our beautiful resort. Make new friends or rekindle old flames. Let your eyes take in the luxurious expanse of the open desert under clear, starlit skies. Gaze straight on into the sunset from our villa rooftops. Countless diversions await. Gamble in our casino. Take in the theater. Or stay in one of our exclusive executive suites that will shelter you and cater to your every whim. So if life's worries have weighed you down, if you need an escape from your troubles, or if you just need an opportunity to begin again, join us. Let go and leave the world behind at the Sierra Madre grand opening this October. We'll be waiting. Has your life taken a turn? Do troubles beset you? Has fortune left you behind? If so, the Sierra Madre Casino, in all its glory, is inviting you to begin again. Come to a place where wealth, excitement, and intrigue await around every corner. Stroll along the winding streets of our beautiful resort. Make new friends or rekindle old flames. Let your eyes take in the luxurious expanse of the open desert under clear, starlit skies. Gaze straight on into the sunset from our villa rooftops. Countless diversions await. Gamble in our casino. Take in the theater. Or stay in one of our exclusive executive suites that will shelter you and cater to your every whim. So if life's worries have weighed you down, if you need an escape from your troubles, or if you just need an opportunity to begin again, join us. Let go and leave the world behind at the Sierra Madre grand opening this October. We'll be waiting. Has your life taken a turn? Do troubles beset you? Has fortune left you behind? If so, the Sierra Madre Casino, in all its glory, is inviting you to begin again. Come to a place where wealth, excitement, and intrigue await around every corner. Stroll along the winding streets of our beautiful resort. Make new friends or rekindle old flames. Let your eyes take in the luxurious expanse of the open desert under clear, starlit skies. the sunset from our villa rooftops. Countless diversions await. Gamble in our casino, take in the theater, or stay in one of our exclusive executive suites that will shelter you and cater to your every whim. So if life's worries have weighed you down, if you need an escape from your troubles, or if you just need an opportunity to begin again, join us. Let go and leave the world behind at the Sierra Madre grand opening this October. We'll be waiting. Has your life taken a turn? Do troubles beset you? Has fortune left you behind? If so, the Sierra Madre Casino, in all its glory, is inviting you to begin again. Come to a place where wealth, excitement, and intrigue await around every corner. Stroll along the winding streets of our beautiful resort. Make new friends, or rekindle old flames. Let your eyes take in the luxurious expanse of the open desert under clear, starlit skies. Gaze straight on into the sunset from our villa rooftops. Countless diversions await. Gamble in our casino, take in the theater, or stay in one of our exclusive executive suites that will shelter you and cater to your every whim. So if life's worries have weighed you down, if you need an escape from your troubles, or if you just need an opportunity to begin again, join us. Let go and leave the world behind at the Sierra Madre grand opening this October. We'll be waiting. Has your life taken a turn? Do troubles beset you? Has fortune left you behind? If so, the Sierra Madre Casino, in all its glory, is inviting you to begin again. Come to a place where wealth, excitement, and intrigue await around every corner. Stroll along the winding streets of our beautiful resort. Make new friends, or rekindle old flames. Let your eyes take in the luxurious expanse of the open desert under clear, starlit skies. Gaze straight on into the sunset from our villa rooftops. Countless diversions await. Gamble in our casino, take in the theater, or stay in one of our exclusive executive suites that will shelter you and cater to your every whim. So if life's worries have weighed you down, if you need an escape from your troubles, or if you just need an opportunity to begin again, join us. Let go and leave the world behind at the Sierra Madre
Почему они первые ходят? Какого черта? А, тут без потерь невозможно.
Інженерінг-менеджер. Хто це такий? Кому він потрібен? Чим він займається? Як ним стати? І який в ньому сенс? Про це ми сьогодні і будемо говорити з моїм гостем Павлом Зубенком з компанії Світло Systems. Павло, дай Боже здоров'я.
Радий побачитися вживу.
Як воно ваше нічого?
Потрошечку пишемо гарний код, деплоїмо гарні фічі. От.
Ну, я не твій менеджер, можеш мені казати, як є.
Ой, насправді цікаво. Коротше, воно не клеїться. Ну, такі, якби, трошечки в хардвер цікаво. Зараз аїшка взагалі, якби, моє хобі стає більш таким вже матеріальним. Можна щось потрогати, десь щось пописати. Багато знайомих бачу, там геймдев пробують.
Ну, я теж був, спробував геймдев на минулих вихідних, видалив. Єрунда. Добренько. Так, ну що ж, розкажи трошки нашим глядачам про себе, хто ти є такий, чим ти займаєшся, тому що, якщо мене не підводить пам'ять, то коли ми останнього разу з тобою зустрічалися наживо, ти ще не був інженером-менеджером. Ти був звичайним лінійним сеньором.
Так, вже ми познайомилися, я щось розповідав про якісь бест-практиси на Vue.js, які я там десь внідряв з TypeScript і, в общем, мастерив якісь паттерни технологій. Мені дуже, якби, я в якийсь момент почав багато спілкуватися напряму з бізнесом і напряму намагатися, якби, їх питання, ну, ти бачиш клієнтів приблизно з одним і тим самим запитом, був якийсь більш-менш популярний тулкіт, і ти намагаєшся якось це все кліпати, бачиш якісь схожі штуки і намагаєшся якісь паттерни зробити. От один із перших буквально моїх доповідей була саме про побудову такого, якби, фреймворка від Vue.js, TypeScript, як їх разом можна подружити. Трошечки згодом збільшувалась роль, збільшувалась відповідальність, брав більш складніші, більші проекти з якоюсь вже там з більшими цілями, з більшою командою. І, скажімо так, роль вже мінялася з просто сіньора. Вона називалася тімлід. Ти вже був якоюсь людинкою, яка вирішувала так само бізнес-питання, але не один. Зазвичай в тебе було ще там парочку відповідальних рук, які допомагали тобі щось робити. Ти налагоджував процеси в командах. Зазвичай в мене були невеликі команди, насправді. Я багато часу провів саме в такому темпі, де ти є лідом і є ще там парочку розробників, яких там інколи можна розділити умовно на фронт і бек, а ти, якби, всім цим царством керуєш і намагаєшся створити якісь класні речі. В якийсь момент ти береш все більше і більше відповідальності, стаєш більш точним в яких там своїх оцінках, очікуваннях. Під час ковіду був цікавий проєкт, коли треба було дуже швидко адаптувати продукти вообще до нових реалій, і треба було перебудовувати все, перекручувати щось, створювати нове. Набираєшся досвіду, перебудовувати все, перекручувати щось, створювати нове. Набираєшся досвіду в такі моменти. І насправді склалися так зірки, що вийшов на проєкт, в якому, це було прям дивно для мене, коли я прийшов. Я думав, що я так само буду керувати компанією, керувати якоюсь командою, що в мене є розробка. Мені обіцяли спочатку 3, потім Світла, розширила наш відділ до 4 розробників. 4 фронтенд-девелопера, а ти їм керуєш. В якийсь момент ти розумієш, що ти не просто керуєш людьми, ти допомагаєш, більше цікавишся, що там у бізнесу, які запити, які ще штуки. І ці відповідальності, вони якби наслаються. В світлі в нас ця позиція саме називалась Practice Lead, І я був тою людинкою, яка любила розповідати про технології, щось будувати, якусь архітектуру, десь ходити, навчати інших, спілкуватися з клієнтами. І це все якось поєднувалося в одному такому коктейлі. І називалося це «Practice Lead». В світлі, ну, типа, ми як є певні, ну, якби обов'язки, які, да, ну, ти виконуєш там для клієнта, для ще чогось. І це, скажімо так, не завжди була якась одна позиція. Ти частково вирішуєш ті задачі, частково ти керуєш якимись десь процесами, десь на проєкті ти налаштовуєш якісь порядки, а там ще приймаєш pull-реквести і збираєш білди і готуєш деплої. І це було якось все так вкупу інтегровано. І насправді я не те, щоб була якась мета, як, ну, я не знаю, там, як стати сіньором. Ти там розумієш якісь там технології, фреймворки вивчити, ще щось. Немає якогось такого на гіті репозиторія, де є оцей маршрутик прописаний і можливі технології на ньому, які треба обрати. І ти просто, я якби в якийсь момент знайшов себе в тому, що я розумію бізнес-потреби, ну, які ставить до мене бізнес як до розробника, і це частково і менеджмент, і частково і спілкування, і частково написання коду, і якийсь там пленінг, як от ти любиш робити оце віртуальне програмування, десь на лісточку якісь там описи якихось систем, там ще щось. Тобто оце все таким як коктейлем вийшло. Ну і я в ньому от варюсь. І набуваю якби досвід, набуваю якісь штуки і намагаю якби... Як мені подобається, ну, типа, англійське слово care, ну, от в нашому це турбота про бізнес і розробників в тому числі.
Я взагалі помічаю, що після сеньора, ну, з ким би не спілкувався, да, у людей, яких личка вище за сеньор, у них дійсно у всіх такий шлях дуже цікавий.
Introducing ClickUp Super Agents, the world's first AI agents that natively collaborate with humans and always have correct context and perfect memory. You lead, your super agents go to work, completing tasks, scheduling work, creating designs, and even running entire workflows. And starting today, every human can create an AI agent. It's a total leapfrog in productivity. Maximize productivity with your first super agent today.
If you struggle with focus, this sound might change everything. Brain FM is neuroscience-backed music designed to cut through distractions. Instead of fighting your brain, it just enters flow. Try it for free and slip into effortless focus.
So in this video, we will be covering the basis of LeetCode, which is space and time complexity. We will also be going through all the questions below. There are around 70 questions, and this is the exact same presentation I created and the exact same questions I went through in my preparation. And why you should take my advice? First of all, I have solved hundreds of LeetCode and data structure style problems, which led me to my first job at a big fan company. So if you're completing these questions to prepare for an interview, I'm someone who's gone through the process as a candidate and is now on the other side hiring. I've also helped many friends and people in online communities to become software engineers and get into companies like Apple and Amazon. So hopefully all the information and tips I provide will be super useful from that point of view. I know you are here for LeetCode, but it's important to remember why we are doing this in the first place. So I'll run through this section very quickly. And I don't want this to be a FANG interview type channel, so I've uploaded all the information you see here on my Patreon. Step 0 is to be able to sit down and work for at least 2 hours straight uninterrupted. I cannot stress enough the importance of this and just how much working on this has helped me in my life. Just take a look at the world today. The most viewed content in the world has camera cuts every 2 to 3 seconds. On top of that, a large number of people struggle to carry out activities without interruption on their phones or something similar, whether it be programming or taking a break with a walk. And sometimes this can be very damaging to our progress. I'm not perfect, even I fall victim to this sometimes too. But when I became aware of the problem and put steps in place to help myself work with focus, I noticed a big improvement in my progress and how far ahead it puts you. For example, this LeetCode video has over 100 slides, and I'm sure 98% of people will not make it to the end completing every single question. I could talk on this topic for ages, but that's not what this video is about, so instead I'll play this clip to summarize my thoughts. Quick bit of context, this guy Chamath was a vice president at Facebook in the early years, focused on user growth, helping grow the platform to 1 billion users. So he knows a thing or two about the effects of constantly using our phones on our ability to focus.
It's hard. Think about how all this stuff plays together. How does trying to get, posting your fucking waffles online relate to me starting a business and accumulating capital? This is wiring your brain for super fast feedback. It's the same brain you're using to build a company. Don't think they're not the same. Do you know what I'm saying? No? Yes? No? Yes! Yes, right? You have one brain. So you're training your brain here, whether you think it or not, whether you know it or not, whether you acknowledge it or not. Acknowledge that these things where you're spending hours a day are rewiring your psychology and physiology in a way that now you have to use to go and figure out how to be productive in the commercial world. So if you don't change this, you are going to get the same behaviors over here. Change this. There's a reason why Steve Jobs was like anti-social media. I am telling you I'm not on these fucking apps. I'm not him by any stretch of the imagination. But I am proactively trying to rewire my brain chemistry to not be short-term focused. I'm telling you they're linked.
Okay, so let's move on to step 1, which is to learn a programming language. If you're watching this video, I hope you already know a programming language, but if not, I would suggest Python. It's the easiest language to learn and the best to work with when solving problems. It also offers a wide range of specialities. You can use Python to transition to web development, data analysis, machine learning, really most other specialities. I have linked the course that I took when I first started, and wherever you're watching this, I'll make it available. I'm not affiliated in any way, I just think it's a great course, and from my experience, paid courses are generally better. The content is more in depth, there's a community, the creators held accountable, and since I've put some investment in them, I usually convince myself to finish them. Once you know what object-oriented programming is, including concepts like classes, inheritance, and abstraction, you're good to go. You should be able to build something small without following a tutorial like a rock, paper, scissors game in the terminal, and be able to add new ideas yourself. For example, randomizing who starts the game, you or the computer. Or like in this example, keeping score. And if I told you to create a parent class choice, you should understand how to add rock, paper, or scissors to implement that choice, and maybe you can have an abstract method which returns that choice as a string. It doesn't have to be good, just a small project done solo to make sure you get the hang of the language. And honestly, that's it for learning Python. Step 2, data structures and algorithms. I definitely think data structures is the more important of the two. You're much more likely to be asked to write a data structure than an algorithm from scratch in an interview. Plus, you will be using data structures every day on the job, which is not the same for algorithms. And as you'll see, you indirectly cover a lot of the algorithms by doing these LeetCode questions. Step 3 is this video. Step 4 is super important. It's your foundations as a software engineer. There's a 20-page doc I put together covering everything from bits to the cloud using what I think is needed from the job. I always refer back to this even now and keep adding to it. It's like my personal cheat sheet and I recommend everyone have one. And steps 5 to 7 are all interview related information. And finally, before we get into the technical stuff with big O notation, I have one last message. Please do not just watch this video or other content without doing the real thing. If you want the best possible chance to do well and remember how to answer LeetCode questions and how to write out data structures, you need to make your own notes. Write out your data structures multiple times. Solve the LeetCodes. Go back and solve them again without looking at the answers. Participate in mock interviews, timed coding challenges. Do the real thing, and you'll be surprised at how much more you can remember by doing this. So now we should be ready to get into the fun stuff. Big O notation. We use time complexity to describe the amount of time it takes to execute a certain algorithm or program. Not hard time like seconds or minutes, but a mathematical generalization of the time taken. And we use space complexity to describe the amount of memory used by the algorithm. Of the two, time complexity is a lot more likely to be focused on. Space is cheap and memory is more readily available. Improvements in time are generally the more often bottleneck and felt more by the users. And when we talk about these complexities, we are referring to them as the size of the input grows. And this is technically where the big O definition comes from. You don't need to remember this technical definition, but it's good to know the origin. So, big O is a mathematical notation that describes the limiting behavior of a function when the argument tends towards a certain value or infinity. And finally, the reason we use big O is to help us describe the performance of an algorithm in relation to the size of the grown input. This provides us with a simple way to compare and analyze different algorithms' efficiencies. So let's look at an example. Let's say we are given a problem where we have a list of n numbers of unknown length and we do not know what numbers are in the list. We are asked to use code to find and return true if the number 2 is in the list and false if the number 2 is not in the list. Our solution could be to go through every position in the list and check if the number at that position is equal to the number 2. So here is our code, and let's take this list for example. 4 number in list, so we begin at the first index. If the number is equal to 2, then return true. If it's not, then we just continue. And we keep going along our list until we find 2, and then we return true. If 2 was not in the list, then we would reach the end of our loop and we would break out and return false. And the time complexity for this problem is linear. As you can see, as the input size grows, the time taken grows in a straight line. To loop through the entire list of n numbers and make sure that 2 is or is not in the list, it would take n time, or the amount of numbers that are in the given input. We need to check every number in the list once, making this solution O of n. Linear time. The longer the list, the bigger n is, and the longer it will take to complete our solution. And it's important to remember here that we are looking at the worst case scenario. If 2 was always at the start of our list, the operation would take constant time, one quick operation. But in our problem, 2 could also be at the end of the list, so we would need to iterate over our entire list to find 2, which as the list of n numbers grows, will take n time to check each number and find 2 at the end of the list, in our worst case scenario. What you're looking at here is 3 different graphs of the same thing. We are plotting the different types of complexities that you must know. We have around 7 complexities to cover, and we'll take a look at them more in the next slide. For now, the best thing you can do is add a graph like this to your notes. Pick the one that you find easiest to remember and refer to. Quickly, we can see that constant operations are the fastest, and this makes sense, right? If we were to pull an item from a list using its index, for example, the 5th item in a list, it will not matter if the list is 5 items or 5,000 items long. It's a constant operation. Logarithmic operations are the next fastest. Some graphs might show log n starting off faster than constant operations, and this might be true in some edge case practical applications due to the mathematical aspects of it, but I would really suggest focusing on the tail end of these graphs, because remember, big O is concerned with, as the input size grows, what happens to the speed of the operations. So we have constant, and then log n or logarithmic, linear, n of log n, which is linearithmic, quadratic, and subsequently cubic, so x to the power 3 and so on. And then we have exponential and factorial. So what you see here is a table of all of the complexities from the previous graph in the fastest to slowest order. I've also linked some more examples, but feel free to pause the video, do your own note taking and understanding. Right now, these concepts are probably still abstract to you, and that's expected. You'll only really grasp them once you put it into practice or do the real thing. And it's like driving a car. You can read everything there is about driving and changing gears, but you won't understand how it's done until you get in the car and drive it. So let's go through this table, and hopefully we should be somewhat aware of the different time complexities that exist before going on to solve problems. So the first one is constant time complexity. And this is where the time taken remains constant regardless of the input size. And this is the example we gave earlier by accessing an element in an array or list by the index. Next up is logarithmic, and this is where the time taken increases logarithmically as the input size grows. Operations are typically halved at each step. Time increases linearly as n goes up exponentially, and this is what gives us that curved shape which looks as if it's becoming a straight line, right? This one here. Next up we have linear, which is a straight diagonal line, and this is where the time taken increases proportionally to the size of the input. So if n doubles, the time taken doubles, and this was the first example that we showed. Next up we have n log n. And this is where the time taken increases in a linearithmic manner. So we often see this in divide and conquer algorithms. And if you're not familiar with what these are, or some of these operations on the right here, it's fine, it's to be expected at this point. Next up we have quadratic, so n to the power 2. And the time taken increases quadratically as the input size grows. So each element needs to be compared with every other element. So we could have a for loop within a for loop, for example. After that we have exponential, where the time taken doubles with each addition to n, leading to rapidly growing execution times. So imagine if we had a list, and every time we added an item to that list, the time taken to complete our operation doubles. So this is extremely slow. And the slowest of all is factorial. So the time taken increases factorially with each increase in the input size. And if you're unfamiliar with what factorial is, it's something in maths where, for example, if we had 5 factorial, so 5 followed by the exclamation point, this would be 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1, which is equal to 120. And so if we had 10 factorial, this equals 3,628,800. So you can see the rapid time increase going from just 5 to 10 factorial and how slow factorial operations are. So that's big O notation. There will be more material and detailed examples linked in this document, but this will definitely get easier with practice. So for now, let's move on to problem solving. We have all the theoretical knowledge in place. It's time to get practical. We need a framework for solving problems. I see many people fail in interviews because they don't have their own familiar process for problem solving. Not only does this help with solving the problem, but it gives an interviewer confidence in your critical thinking skills, and it allows them more opportunities to guide you on the right path. So step 1 is always to read the problem twice and understand it. If you're in an interview, take the opportunity to ask clarifying questions. For example, is there a range of numbers in the problem, or can it go from positive to negative infinity? It might not help you directly, but it helps you understand the problem space and get a bit more comfortable. And again, it shows the interviewer that you have critical thinking skills. Next, you want to think and verbalize different ways of solving the problem. At this point, you want to think of high-level approaches. And to get you started and feeling more comfortable, you can always start with the brute force approach. This might be the slowest complexity solution you can think of, but you can voice the fact that you know the solution is not ideal and that you just have one rough idea to get you started. You can think of more solutions, and for the best 1 or 2 solutions, take it more deeply and think about the solution end to end, from input to output, and the steps between. It's important to take all of these steps before coding out, because remember, even Einstein said if he had 1 hour to solve a problem, he would spend 55 minutes thinking about the problem and 5 minutes on the solution. So, if you're not in an interview setting, I'd really recommend putting pen to paper and drawing out the problem and drawing out potential solutions with the pseudocode to go with it. And we'll see this in practice when we come to look at the questions. This will help you visualize your solution and see any steps that you might be missing. This is good when practicing because the more you draw things out, the more you begin to see the same patterns in different questions, and the solutions become second nature. So draw out the answer you think is the best, step by step, and write the pseudocode, from which you can now start coding out your answer. Once you have the answer and you can get it to work, see if you can improve it, or think of faster solutions that might take a different approach. After that, go through other solutions, even if you answered correctly. LeetCode lets you see the top solutions. However, be careful. A lot of the top answers take the competitive programming approach of writing the answer, chaining together several operations in one line in an almost non-readable fashion. I would suggest completely ignoring these answers because you want your code to be readable. This is something interviewers look out for. So look for the answers which seem logical and readable, and the comments will often include time complexities and good discussions around the solution which you can benefit from. So with all that being said, we now have a system in place for answering coding problems, and we have the foundation of the time and space complexities in our heads. Let's finally get our hands dirty and get into the fun stuff, answering some questions. I'd suggest pausing the video and trying to solve each question by yourself and coming back to discuss the solution. Follow the link in the titles or look for the same named question on LeetCode and try to solve it. You should also have your notes page ready where you can write the solution out and notes about what you've learned. So when you come back to practice, it's all there and it triggers your memory. If it takes you longer than 15 to 20 minutes to come up with an answer, or you're not working through one, I'd suggest going straight to the solution in the interest of working efficiently. Then try to write out the solution and later in the day, come back to the question without looking at the solution. So this is the arrays section and duplicate values is our first question. And while I was making these notes,
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is base 44.
Hello everyone, my name is Isaac and today I want to take
$200 для помилок валідації.
What the hell is this anime bullshit? Movement speed is always meta.
Ew! They gave you a sword and you picked shoes?
Nice.
We're gonna die because of sneakers!
Let's...
Something is going.
For God's sake, roughly. Tylko 12 króciutkich godzin do rozpoczęcia pracy.
Guma Orbit. Żuje się dobrze.
One track is fine, but sometimes you need more. More notes, more flow. Meet Air, the agentic development environment. Air lets you run tasks in parallel with full control. Let's start by creating a new task. I can choose where it runs, locally in a Git work tree or in Docker. I'll use a Git work tree. Our website search config needs cleaning up a bit, so I'll give this task to an agent. The prompt is ready, I hit send, and while this agent is working, I can take care of some other tasks. There are several tasks waiting for review. Let's open the first one. In Air, I review the generated code and leave feedback for the agent. I send the comments and that agent continues working, while I check the other tasks. When a quick visual check is needed, like for this one, there's a handy web preview we can use. Looks good. Let's merge the changes and go get some air. Now.
Are you tired of cloud providers having access to your data? Extremely high prices for their storage for basically nothing, and they keep raising them? You can host your very own cloud storage with something called Nextcloud. Today, we are breaking free of big corporate tech's clutches. Whether that's Google Workspace or Microsoft 365, we are going to get all that transferred to your own self-hosted cloud storage. I made the switch over to Nextcloud a few months ago, and I absolutely love it, and I think it is very fantastic. And at its core, it's pretty much similar to Google Drive, M365, Dropbox. You can store, view, and edit your files as you would on any other cloud service. But you also get collaborative document editing, similar to M365 or Google Drive. And you also get features like calendar, contacts, and mail, plus your own version of Google Drive or Word for Excel, PowerPoint, things like that. Just all self-hosted and all private. And there is even something called Nextcloud Talk, which lets you host your own private Zoom calls with other team members and people outside of your quote-unquote organization. And on top of that, there is a full app store where you can download and apply different apps and different settings to configure your Nextcloud however you see fit. Now, why self-host? You may be asking, when I could pay Google or Microsoft to do all the heavy lifting for me. Well, you are hosting it all on your own infrastructure, which includes no third-party scraping, data mining on any of your files that you host on this server. You decide where everything lives and who sees it. Now, your files live on a machine that you control, such as you can have a dedicated server, a VPS, even a Raspberry Pi if you're feeling froggy. You can literally host this on anything. For me, I have it hosted on a Think Center, which is back there. That is where I have all of my files just sitting on that little thing back there. And for the web server and backend, you do manage your own SQL database as well, which we will get to setting up that database in a second. Now, this is the setup where I have everything hosted. We have PiHub, which are all the Docker containers on my Raspberry Pi. And then we have malware, which are all the Docker containers on my Think Center. And then when I'm hosting all of these on, this web GUI, if you will, is called Portainer, which I have a whole entire video setting everything up. It'll be up here somewhere. I literally have an entire home lab playlist. So here are all of my Docker containers on my Think Center. And here we have Nextcloud. And here we have the Nextcloud database. All are running. Then we are on Docker Hub. you search Docker Hub Linux server Nextcloud, and it is a Nextcloud container brought to you by linuxserver.io. We have the Docker Compose YAML file right here, which keep these environment variables the same. PUID is 1000, PGID is 1000, time zone equals whatever time zone you're in. And then for the volumes, it is path to Nextcloud config directory, and then path to the Nextcloud data directory. And then the ports, I would recommend remapping them because 443 is probably already taken. So on my machine, I have a directory I named Nextcloud SRV, Nextcloud server. I created a Docker data directory right here, CD and a Docker data. Then we have Nextcloud data and then Nextcloud database, which they're both different. But for this one, we are in Nextcloud data, we ls, and then you have the config and data directories right here, which correlate to these volumes. So for example, if we did cd config, you would literally just copy this path and of course add like the user or the home depending on what directory you're in, and then just copy it into these environment variables right here in the YAML file. So if you want to do a Docker pull on command line, you literally just create the directory, name it whatever. I named mine Nextcloud SRV, and then copy this in there, and then it'll pull everything, and then you can edit the environment variables that way. Or you just copy this, go to Portainer, click up here. I know you can't see it very well, but it says add container. Click that. Paste that in here, name it Nextcloud. Port mapping, you can map to whatever ports you want, or publish all exposed ports to random host ports if you want. And then volume mapping, do the config and data paths in here. Network is going to be bridge. Environment, you add an environment variable such as the time zone. Pretty much every environment variable that was in the YAML file, you add in Portainer. So Portainer is just a GUI version of Docker, pretty much. You add PUID and then 1000 right there. Now launch that up, and then for the database, we are using MariaDB. A MariaDB container brought to you by linuxserver.io. And we have the YAML right here. You can copy and paste the Docker Compose or do it in Portainer, whatever tickles your fancy. Keep the PUID and PGID the same time zone. Create a MySQL root password. You can create a database for the user DB name. You can create a MySQL user, MySQL password, which would be your database password, your volume, which is the path to the MariaDB config, and the ports, which would be your custom port mapping. So we have here, we have my Nextcloud database directory, which you will need to create as well. And here is the config directory. So you just copy that path into here, or copy the path in the Portainer environment variable section in the GUI. So once you have your Nextcloud container spun up, you go to the IP of your machine and then the ports of whatever port you set for your Nextcloud instance. This will bring you to a setup screen where you have to input your database name and your port and choose the SQL database type, aka you would be choosing MariaDB. I can show you the finished product after you configure all of the variables in the Nextcloud portal. So once you get everything set up, you will be greeted with this dashboard. It won't have all these files in it because these are my files. It has these widgets, recommended files, recent activity, which I use this for my content server. It has about 300 gigabytes of storage, which correlates to the storage on your machine. So lots of storage. And at the home page, if you go to files, you can see all of my files and my folders. I have a team folder here for my team to access this and upload edited videos, edited thumbnails and such. And then I can also have my personal.
Hi, my name is Kevin Becerra, and this is my project Milestone 2 for cybersecurity environmental management.
Dwa to więcej niż jeden. Tweaks.
На сегодняшний день существует возможность получить гражданство Болгарии по упрощенной.
Made from scratch with no shaders, no OpenGL, and no JLSL. Computer graphics is one of those topics that are just challenging to understand even for experienced programmers. And in this video, I hope to simplify the subject so you're not as lost as I was when I started. I'm going to walk you through all the steps, starting with basic vertex rendering, rotations, camera movements, all the way to texture mapping and even simple lighting calculations. We're going to be using only math equations and some JavaScript wizardry to simulate real 3D graphics. So to start, I rendered my canvas elements and made a game loop to render a blank screen. Now, the first thing to note about 3D graphics is that this isn't actually 3D. It's a projection of 3D coordinates onto a 2D space. Everything you see in an engine, even the most minute details, are all made up of tiny dots or connected as triangles. These are called vertices, or vertex if it's singular. These vertices are moved around the screen space using something called matrix multiplication to create the illusion of a 3D environment. Essentially, you treat the vertex coordinates x, y, z like a one-dimensional matrix and multiply it by another matrix to move the vertex in screen space. There's usually an extra column, the homogeneous coordinates, but this is only needed if you want to actually move objects via matrix multiplication or do more than one transformation at once. So the extra coordinates helps you hold translations. But I'm only doing simple transformations for my engine, and since we can just move objects by simply offsetting their positions, we'll stick to just 3. Also to keep the math simple. So we will start with creating a vertex class that takes an x, y, and z position with a function to draw the vertex. We can then create our first vertex.
that's not very useful. I guess we'll make this one white. And then we'll make this one red. Okay. Theoretically, we should get our bounce direction if I got my math right. That's looking pretty correct. Ow, 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 ow. So we have our laser, it's hitting a point, and it seems to be bouncing correctly as far as I can tell. Usually with this reflection function, you can sometimes get results that are similar to correct, but not actually correct. Shallow angles will usually tell you pretty quickly, or will make it very clear whether or not you got it right. And we can see that the shallow angles are also looking correct. The angle between the surface and the direction has to be the same on either side, and it looks like we got that. Yeah, and so this was a bit of an exercise in trying to reason about the dot product and build intuitions about, like, when is it useful to project things and how well that works out and why it's useful. Obviously, a lot of these functions are built in. There is a vector2.reflect that does this for you. And so you obviously shouldn't write this in every project you do. It's kind of unnecessary to reinvent the wheel all the time. And so you would probably just use the built-in reflect function. But I wanted this to kind of be an exercise in reasoning about the dot products. Okay. Is there a reason to use vector2s here? The math will basically be the same, but because we're doing this in a 2D scene, I don't want the ray to accidentally like shoot off into the depth of the scene. And it's also cheaper to do math using vector2s because there's one less component to deal with. And so it's just unnecessary to use 3D vectors in this case, but it will work. Like the math that we've written here, we just changed this to vector3s. It's going to work just fine. There's going to be no difference. The math is the same. Okay. Any questions about that so far? Did that make sense? So this was kind of the core of the assignment, was to figure this out. And then the kind of the secondary thing is to then draw a bouncing laser. I haven't done that part, but could do that if you want to, but you know. Can this be done in just one line that extends for X length but bounces each time? Yeah, you can set a maximum length limit for your raycast. So all you need to do is keep track of how much length you have left after every bounce. So yes, you can do that. If you want a laser that has a maximum distance, you can totally do that. The kittens have finally calmed down. On the draw line that you can see, do you mean to only draw the line between the 2 points, or then yes, like currently I'm drawing the line in the direction, but I can draw the line like from the origin to the hit position too. If I draw it from the origin of the ray and then I draw it to the hit point, then it's going to draw like a full laser beam from the origin to the point. Yeah. If that's what you were asking, I'm not sure. It's just that I was only drawing the direction. I wasn't drawing the full line from point A to point B. Okay. My ray is for some reason shooting left, even though my direction is transformed.right. make sure that your pivot is set to local. It's a very common thing that sometimes you have the pivot set to the wrong one, and so you don't actually get the correct direction when you look in the scene view. And then yeah, make sure your scene orientation is correct as well. Like right now in the top right, you can see that I'm on the XY plane. So make sure you're not on some other plane. Okay. Pivot is local and the scene is in the XY plane. Then I'm guessing maybe the... That looks correct, so I'm guessing it's a scene setup thing. Oh wait, your gizmos.drawArray is... You have origin plus direction here. Well, I guess I don't have that anymore, but you're using drawArray. And in that case, you don't need origin here. So you should omit origin from this one. Yeah, so Ray takes an origin and a direction. So you would do this. If you're using draw line, then you need to have origin here. Does that make sense why? The line requires like world space coordinates for exactly where you want it to start and where you want it to end. drawArray assumes that you want to add the origin to the endpoint already. So it originates from the origin and then offsets by the direction here. Okay. All right, do you want me to do the full like bouncing like for loop stuff, or should we move on? Because this was kind of the core of the assignments. You would like to see the bounce. Okay, you're fine. 2 votes for bounce. 3 votes for bounce. 4. Let's bounce. Are you leaving? Are you leaving my math class? Jeez. Okay. Bounce. Let's do it. Shoutouts to I'm a Me in YouTube chat who says, bounce, for fuck's sake, it's called reflection. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, students. I misspoke. I have ruined your math education by using the technically incorrect terminology. I'm very sorry. All right, so we need to iterate, right? We want this to bounce multiple times. So it's probably good to have some sort of integer for, we need some sort of integer for the maximum number of bounces. It's probably a bad idea to make it bounce infinitely until it escapes, because we could lock the entire application and get stuck in a Stack Overflow. So we don't want to do that. So we're gonna set a max number of bounces. We're gonna set that to, I don't know, 40. We need to bounce on what we did now. That's true. It's always good to bounce. on what you just learned. Okay, so we're gonna do this in every for loop. Oh god, my throat is very sad. Doing lectures one day after another makes my voice very coarse and sad, as you can hear. My college maths teacher would throw stuff at us if we used the wrong terminology. Like, it matters if you get into like super precise proofs and definitions if you're writing like a math paper, but like if I was using accurate terminology, like none of you would understand anything if I was using the most mathematically precise terminology. And this is kind of the problem with like math Wikipedia. If you look up like any math concept on Wikipedia, it's going to be almost unreadable because it's going to be so generalized and so precise that it's really hard to intuit what they even mean. But if you explain it using natural language, you can actually understand what I'm talking about. And that's why I'm not using the most hyper accurate nerdy terminology, because that makes it useless. Okay. All right. We don't want upper. That is a weird name for this. We're gonna use max bounces. Might want to make this public so we can edit it. All right. And so now, for every step, we have to modify the ray because we need to raycast from a different direction after every iteration, right? So our reflected direction is going to be the new outgoing direction, right? So we're going to set ray.direction equals reflected. And then the origin is going to be the hit points, right? And so I believe, let's see, so this is using origin here, but instead we're going to use ray.origin because we're modifying ray.origin, but we're not modifying these across every iteration. And I believe that is it. So now we're iterating there. If the ray misses, all right. How are we doing on time? 10:49. I think that means it's time for our 10-minute break. Okay, 10-minute break. We're resuming in 10 minutes actually, because that's what a 10-minute break is. So time to go to the bathroom and get some tea or coffee or whatever it is you're drinking. This is a good laser. I appreciate this laser. Let's bump the max number of bounces to something higher. I feel like there should be some fun critical mass angle somewhere. It's kind of a puzzle to figure out like how many bounces you get at every location. Anyway, now you know the basics to create your own GI system? Yeah, exactly. You're ready to write a renderer. 10-minute cat camera. You know, they're kind of... Oh, no, Thor is not napping. He's standing right next to me.
Блядь, це страшно, нахуй. На тобі, чувак! Щас стрельну. Все, піда!
Here's a boy.
Сейчас я стрельну.
Here's another boy. Two boys. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom and I also need to feed the cats. So I'll be right back. Okay. Do I have my axes somewhere still? It'd be useful to have them intact. I guess I do. I felt like 3B was easier than 2. Fascinating. That is not what I intended, but fascinating if that's the case. Salad! Boy! Suddenly a cat approached in a rolling office chair. He just rolled up to me. Hey, Goober.
Nico, it's Roman. Let's go bowling.
Всім доброго дня. Скажіть, будь ласка.
That's it.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? In this video,
And which one? Which function? Is it my put number? This one? Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, of course, that's if you add another line. But I make sure I'm writing the functions, making sure. And in case, yeah, I need to add it, write down statement or something. Just gonna add this. I mean, I can add it if you want, but won't change much. CP. CP. Okay. Paint this, for example. 3. Hello. Alpha. Oh, and 0. Like that. Okay. Right. In 14, 19. On which file? this one. The floor. I don't fully understand. Like, is there really an issue here? Okay, so hello GM season.